Hello everyone, welcome back. Now I know I said I would continue with the main story, but there's something I completely forgot. The Hildebrand quest line. So I think I'll continue with that before starting the main story up again. Now I put out a post saying that I will be focusing on trying to finish ARR, the A Rome Reborn. Try to get it up to the Heaven's Ward. And then I'll switch back to Star Wars The Old Republic. Try to get all that stuff done. I need to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do with all this stuff. And then, yeah, I guess I'll go from there. Just want to see what this is. What'll it be, Byrnjolf? You know, if you have a second, a certain patron of mine's been itching to have a word with you. Our friend, the bard here. He says he needs inspiration that only an adventurous tale could provide. Plain lacking in imagination, if you ask me. But he's not a bad sort, wandering or not. He never tries to pay in song what he owes in copper. Byrnjolf, can it be you? You've outdone yourself since last we met. That much I've heard. They say you sojourned to Dalamud's shadow, yet live to tell the tale. I was in these parts at the time, and felt a disturbance in the ether. It was the White Raven himself, you say? Ah, no wonder. Tell me more, my good Byrnjolf. Recount to me your journey through the shadow. Take me there on the wings of memory and imagination. Your stirring tale has stirred me. Lo, I am as a cauldron bubbling fragrantly in the great kitchen of a castle keep. A stew of inspiration, a slew of verses. Listen, my good adventurer, and listen well, for the song I sing is of your tell. Into the flush of darkness go bringers of light. With a flame that flickers in Bahamut's tomb, in that cloying black stirs a raven white, glawing blood from a barren womb. What was slain in silver proud did in golden malice rise, metals of infamy and ruin, that every hero must despise. What say you? Is that not exactly how you told it to me? Ah, but you forget, I am a poet. We read between the lines, rendering into words that which was left unspoken. Lest you wonder, I shall name this composition Shadow of the Raven. Savage! It will be purely for honor and glory. What? I'm scared. Oh my god. Holy shit. Nope. I am not doing those. You cannot make me. So I just realized. That's correct, right? Right. Okay, so I make my way to Ulda. I also don't want to forget about the beast tribes as well. I forgot to have a look at these. Okay, oh boy. Elegant Woods Nugget? Give me tank armor. Oh, that looks cool. Oh, lights up too. Wait, when affixed to gear? Hang on. Okay, so this is meant for crafting. I think I prefer that one over the other one. Okay, let me find my retainer real quick. I am so sorry for putting all that stuff inside of you. Can I hire another retainer? I can hire another one. Yes, please. No. Let's see here. So I have a female Hrothgar. Let's go with a Lalafell. Dunesfolk. I like your freckles. Okay. Perfect. I like to think he is a bit serious. Great, a nickname. Tomserly. I hear you've been busy as a bee, Byrnjolf. Seems half of the whispers what come my way relate to your comings and goings. Being the active type you are, I reckon you'd be interested in investigating some queer rumors. Am I right? But before that, let me ask, ever heard of a man named Hildebrand? Why, no, I have not. To hear him tell it, he was Eorzea's greatest and most famous inspector. Still can't say I'm surprised you don't know him. To his credit, Hildebrand and his assistant had a knack for showing up when something shady was afoot. As for sussing out the culprits, well, he had his moments, though I hesitate to give him sole credit. Any road, 5 years ago, he gets it in his head that he's cracked the code of Messiah's 7th verse. Dalabud, the calamity. All of it can be stopped, he says, so long as he finds the hero of prophecy. And wouldn't you know it, the hero was Hildebrand himself. So he flies off towards Dalabud. Aye, that's right, he flew. Launches himself straight into the air, somehow ridiculous as it sounds. Course it's only logical that he's got to come back down, though it was only recently that we found his body. I had reason for bringing this up. Alright. I had reason for bringing this up. Ah, right. So, Nashu, Hildebrand's erstwhile assistant, has since become an inspector in her own right. At present, she's investigating the queer rumors I mentioned earlier. She's a sweet lass, a bit daft, but sweet nonetheless. So when I hear she's at wit's end, I want to help. Thing is, I prefer to meddle in the affairs of the living. Zombies are most definitely not my forte. So if you're willing, I'd be grateful if you lent her a hand. As for where to find her, she's like to visit Hildebrand's grave in the Likyard when she's frustrated. Try looking for her there first. How did I know Hildebrand? Ha! Next you'll be asking me Next you'll be asking how he was always in the right place at the right time. And you're too clever to be that daft. Just realized it was something I forgot to do, and it's the fact that I have a bunch of junk in my inventory now. Where on earth did I get all this stuff? Ooh. Huh. This is some nice daggers. Oh my god, look at that helmet. Hang on. Does this thing have a visor? No, it does not. Isn't the helmet supposed to go with that? Surprised I didn't get any gauntlets. Yeah, I'm gonna put these in my glamour chest. Okay. Oh, if only you were still alive, Inspector. You'd know how to stop these zombies. Ah! You there. Could it be? You've come to offer your services to me? Oh, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. Ahem. My name is Nashu, Agent of Inquiries, Extraordinary Inspector. I never realized. It looks like she has a scar on her face right there. At least that's what I'm trying to be. It's not quite as easy as he made it look. Inspector Hildebrand was a great man, a real Eorzean hero. We traveled the world, me and him, solving cases and thwarting evil. No matter the mystery, you could always count on the inspector to solve it, with grace and style. But then there was the final case. The case of the century, he called it. How to stop the Red Moon from destroying the world. To save us all, he flew into the sky, and all I could do was watch. But then he came back down, and he... This is all a joke. A big, funny joke. Right, Inspector? Any moment now, you'll burst out of the ground and shout, "Surprise! Had you fooled, eh?" And we'll laugh and laugh. Hildebrand Mandeville, beloved son. They say no one remembers the warriors of light. Their names, their faces, all gone forever. But I remember you, Inspector. No, gentleman hero Hildebrand. I can never be the hero you were, but I'll do my best to try. So you change your clothes in front of and in sight of everyone in the graveyard. I, Nashu, Inspector Extraordinaire, will carry on your legacy. So I told myself, well, Nashu, there must be a leader, a head zombie, who tells the rest what to do. Therefore, all we need to do is kill him. Again, that is. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is or how to find him. But now that you're here, my faithful assistant, you can try the one good idea I've come up with so far. If you go to where these dapper zombies were last seen in southern Thanalan, you might find them. And then you could, you could become their friend and ask to meet their leader. Yes, that's sure to work. I've never tried making friends with a zombie, but I don't see why it would be hard. Just moan, groan, and pretend to be dead. I'm friends with a zombie. Wasn't his name Hob? Some friend I am. Can't even remember his name. Aha! Oh, only 8 minutes left. We have to hurry. You're neither a gentleman nor a zombie. And gentleman is rather than does. Be gone, villain. Leave the gentle dead men in peace. I think that's what he said. Gentleman is rather than does. Ah, they're fighting me. Do not disturb our practice. What did I do with Bobby? Oh, whoops. Wrong one. there, you stunned me. Come here. Did you find the zombies? You did? That's wonderful. I've been busy, too. The head zombie will rue the day he meets me. You'll see. So tell me, what did you learn? Writ upon this map of the Sigali Desert, in a flamboyant, flowing hand, are the words, "A gentleman is rather than does." Oh, so you weren't able to make new friends. That's a shame. But this parchment... This is a map of the Sigali Desert. There's a spot marked here in the south, and look, there's something written here. A gentleman is rather than does. That sort of reminds me of... well, no matter. Let's see where this map takes us, assistant. Onward to the Sigali. I need to grab something to eat. Hang on. I should really grab a bowl to put my peanuts and Reese's Pieces in. I don't think I misread the map. Mayhap they're just shy, though. I say we call out to them, and let them know we come in peace, and when the leader shows himself, we strike. A gentleman is rather than does. Ugh! Who summons the gentle dead men? They live, and we hunger. My brothers, lend me your ears. A gentleman does not dine upon his guests. Spare this fine gentleman and fair lady your mastications. Withdraw, I say, and harass them no more. Up in the sky, look! It's a bird! No, it's an airship! No, it's the inspector! We hear, and we obey. It is you! It really is you! I knew something could... I knew nothing could kill the great Inspector Hildebrand. Hildebrand? Who is this Hildebrand of whom you speak? My name is Zombiebrand, devourer of brains, undead overlord extraordinaire. What are you saying? You're not an undead overlord. You are a gentleman inspector. Inspector, overlord, inspector, overlord. Oh, Inspector, you're just confused is all. Don't worry, I'll knock some sense back into that noggin of yours. Stay your hand, milady. You know not what you do. Even if I were the esteemed gentleman you purport me to be, the concussive force of the blast is more like to liquefy my... If crashing into the ground made you forget, then an explosion of equal force ought to make you remember. I'll save you, Inspector, or kill you trying. See? Even you acknowledge the possibility that this plan will result in my... death. Normally I would applaud your ingenuity, Nashu, but I would have preferred that you found a more elegant solution. Ah! He remembers me! Inspector Hildebrand remembers me! Yes, I remember you, my faithful assistant. What I do not quite remember is how I came to be here. Don't worry, I'll remember for you. Ah, such a wonderful dream. I slew a dragon and... What is this place? And for that matter, who am I? I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have awoken at last. I always knew you'd come back to us. Be it Red Moon or Black Dragon, no fiend is a match for my legendary might. And who might this fine gentleman be? Could he perhaps be one of my many admirers? Oh, but what is this faint tingling sensation in my arm? This ringing in my ears, this dizziness. Could it be a case? Ow. Sorry, I had a bit of a stretch there. Amazing, isn't it? He wasn't dead. He was just badly injured and needed to hibernate. I didn't even know people could do that. They're not supposed to. Verily, it could be naught else. Somewhere nearby, dastardly doings are afoot, and only I can thwart them. Copious quantities of sand, unbearable heat. Aha! The Sigali Desert. I'd bet my life on it. Which means Ul'dah is but a short trek away. Yes, it all fits. Only that den of iniquity could so violently trigger my keen investigator sense. Fear not, law-abiding citizens. Inspector Hildebrand shall soon deliver you from evil. Which way did he go, Byrnjolf? Did you see? Oh dear, I've got to find him. And change my outfit too. Beg your pardon. You wish to question me as to the whereabouts of that deviant running about town dressed in rags? Do I look like a reporter of the Mithril Eye? I do not consort with perverts. What? You're looking for a half-naked Highlander that likes to catch criminals? I think I'd remember a thing like that. If you do manage to find this inspector friend of yours, tell him to do something about that goddamn duelist. Me mate's Paul's cousin's kid's best friend lost his blade the other day to that bastard. Wait, what? Oi, Venturer! Why not spend some of that hard-earned coin here at the markets? Go and treat yourself. You deserve it. Sorry, lad, but if it's information you want, you'd be served best by going to Wymond. The only rumors I've heard are those about the weapon thief. Calls himself a duelist, or so I hear. But when you don't allow your opponents to refuse, well... I take it you've dealt with that zombie problem, eh? So do tell, just why were they dressing up like dandies? Wymond! Hey! Wymond! The almighty buggering me with a bleeding spear! The dead have risen, and they're walking the streets of Ul'dah! No need for melodrama, my good man. As you can see, reports of my death were greatly exaggerated. It's true. He's not a zombie. I checked. You do seem to be hale and healthy. Which, begs the question, how in the seven hells did you survive that fall? Why question divine providence? What matters is that Eorzea's champion has returned, and that he, and by that I mean I, shall bring this thieving duelist to justice. Heard about that, did you? Might be harder than you think. Even I've got no inkling of that fellow's current whereabouts. Inconceivable. I refuse to believe that the ever-inquisitive, ever-ambitious, ever-reliable Wymond is without a single shred of information, even one of dubious relevance. Well, I make no promises, mind you, but there was some talk of a fair maiden. What said her most? This knave assaulted a young woman as well? The audacity! I should fly to her side at... Why, if it isn't the gentleman from the Sigali! A serendipitous encounter indeed, unless you too seek the belligerent duelist. Capital! It will be invigorating to engage in a friendly battle of wits. Already the spirit of competition fills me. Come, Nashu, we must away. Damn it, Hildy. I ain't told you the lass's name yet. Well, Byrnjolf, you might as well go after him. You'll be disappointed if you don't. The lady in question is named Yellow Moon. She's a woman with a taste for the finer things in life. Safe to say you'll find her getting fitted for something in the Weaver's Guild most every day. Good luck with the inspecting, Inspector. Nice outfits. My beloved pure heart was unlike any wand you've ever seen. Elegant, refined, and the perfect accessory for any cultured woman. You will bring it back to me, won't you? A priceless possession, callously ripped from the hands of its owner. The lady weeps, and the wind bears her sorrow to his ears. What gentleman could hear this clarion call, and not beg the honor of championing her cause? What in the world? I swear to you, here and now, I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall scour all creation, from the deepest pit of the seven hills to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for your pure heart. What he said. And you, my fellow servant of justice, I see your instincts are not to be underestimated, having guided you to this fair maiden's side. Now then, Miss Moon, what can you tell us of the theft? Thefts? Thefts, sir, to be precise. My pure heart was only the most recent item to be taken from me. I'm certain I had it when I left home the other day, after I browsed the latest fashions at Sunsilk and took in a match at the Colosseum. I realized it was gone. So the time and location of the theft are unknown, essential details without which we cannot solve the case. There is but one logical course of action, Miss Moon. To coax the hidden clues from your memories, we must reenact that fateful day's excursion to Sunsilk tapestries. What monster would steal my pure heart? Oh, I don't know. Are you sure this is going to help? Miss Moon, would you be so kind as to describe your visit in detail on the day in question? Nothing unusual happened, but if you insist, I was pondering whether or not to purchase a new dress, when a man approached me and confessed his undying love. What sort of man says that to a complete stranger, I ask you? Naturally, I was taken aback. I dropped my purse in shock, not intentionally, on his foot, and he cried out in pain and fled. If I may be so bold, Miss Moon, it strikes me as a most unusual happening. In any case, it appears to be completely unrelated to the theft. Oh, children. In any case, it appears to be completely unrelated to the theft. Let us next proceed to the Colosseum and see what you remember. Who on earth is texting me at this time? Surveyors. I want to do a survey. That crate's looking at me funny. Where could my pure heart be? Once again, Miss Moon, if you would be so kind as to tell us what you remember. Well, like before, nothing unusual happened. I felt like gambling that day and was debating which match to observe when a gladiator approached me from behind and confessed his undying love. Naturally, I was taken aback. I whirled about and struck the man in the face with my purse, in shock, not intentionally. Unfortunately, since I was carrying a tremendous sum of money, my purse weighed about 60 ponzes, and the blow was enough to render him unconscious. 120 ponzes? Miss Moon, you are a remarkably strong woman. And that's one reason to try to recruit her into the Crystal Braves. She is very strong. She could beat probably, I don't know, thousands of Garleans with a single purse. Which is precisely why you were targeted. Oh, it's so obvious in hindsight. The thief bore you a grudge. No, it's more than that. He hated you with a passion. There sure are a lot of giant crates in Ul'dah. At the Weaver's Guild, at Sunsilk Tapestries, and here too. Did I not see the boxes there? At the one place? Stand back! I'm on the verge of unraveling the mystery. I must be allowed to focus. These crates are everywhere, Byrnjolf. I wonder what's inside. But I don't see how we can open. Ah, of course. I still have plenty of explosives. Here, why don't you try? It'll be fun. What's in the crates? What's in the crates? I can't wait to find out. Many cope with grief by taking up new pursuits, such as travel or exercise. Nashu chose to study explosives. Wow, there were people in there! I guess that explains the breathing and... Isn't that Yellow Moon's pure heart? Inspector! Oh, Inspector, look! At least I didn't blow up the pure heart. Ugh. Oh, God, have mercy! At the heart of every crime rests a single, unassailable truth, reached only by navigating a web of falsehoods and contradictions. Hearken to me now, for as a shepherd leads his flock, I shall guide you to my irrefutable conclusion. A gladiator professes his feelings only to be rejected and physically assaulted in response, wounding his pride as a warrior and man, resenting her prowess whilst recognizing his weakness. He carries out a more feasible vengeance. He robs Yellow Moon of her weapon, the pure heart. Inspector, we found the pure heart. These strange men sneaking around town in wooden crates had it. It's not what you think. We're not thieves. We're devotees. Yellow Moon is our sun and stars. We only wish to keep her safe from harm. And should she misplace an item from time to time, we'd collect it. For safekeeping, nothing untoward. You deviants were behind all the thefts? All this time? You've been stalking me? What nerve? Ah, such unbridled fury, such righteous indignation. We should be glad to accept the goddess's punishment. Bottoms. Goddess? Devotees? Ah! But of course! That I had you inspect those crates was a stroke of genius indeed. As I was elucidating but a moment ago, Those fiends are obviously the ones responsible for the recent rash of weapon thefts as... Those thefts were carried out by a single individual, you imbecile. Lest you've forgotten, the culprit is a duelist. He only claims his victims' weapons after defeating them in single combat. If your powers of observation are as great as you claim, you should have deduced that those buffoons in boxes were incapable of such. I should know. I'm a reporter for the Mithril Eye. My name is Ellie, and I've been investigating these incidents for weeks. Inspector Hildebrand, gentleman investigator and agent of inquiry, I presume. You're looking well for a dead man. Would you like to meet one of the duelist's victims? I'll introduce you with pleasure. You would be willing to share such precious information with me? Your generosity is commendable, Miss Ellie. May this mark the beginning of a long and beautiful friendship. Yes, very good. The name of the man is... Huh? Where in the bloody hells do you think you're going? I haven't told you anything yet. I suppose since you're the imbecile's friend, you intend to help him? The man you want to find is an adventurer named Humphrey. At present, he can be found at the Golden Bazaar. With luck, the good inspector may find his way there by the time you arrive. If not, then so be it. I wonder what will happen when he discovers that the victim is a perpetrator as well. I look forward to seeing how the good inspector chooses to handle this case. Where's the Golden Bazaar again? That's the Silver Bazaar down there. Ah, of course. I remember now. There's another place near Camp Drybone that I've completely forgotten about. I'm Humphrey, and you are? At last, I caught up with you. You there, young sir. I am told you are a victim of the marauding duelist. Me? A victim? How amusing. You amuse me. True, I was challenged by the duelist not long ago, but where he thought to find a whelp, he found a warrior of light instead. I defended my honor and my blade. See for yourself. You mean you won? That's amazing. Well, it was nothing compared to what I faced at Cortino. Magitech to the right of us, Magitech to the left of us. Stuck in the middle with Master Lu, we were. Poor. He was a dab hand with the old magic. He was. I tried to save him, of course, but there's a limit to how many giant beasties a man can... That man is no warrior of light. Tell them, Eleazar. Tell them how he lost and surrendered a sword that was not his own. Liar! Scoundrel! I trusted that bastard with me father's blade. Bid him take it to a smithy for restoration. Even gave him gil to pay for it. Then he comes crawling back, sniveling and begging forgiveness for losing it in a duel. As if that's enough to set things right. Look at me, you bleeding whoreson. Look at me. My flowered golden locks are no more. I've gone bald with the stress and heartbreak. I swear to everything holy that you'll face a reckoning if ye don't bring her back to me. All right. He beat the shite out of me and took the old man's sword. I used the gil to pay the Shurugin. I have no idea where he or the sword is. What am I supposed to do, huh? You can't give him what I don't have. Unless you help me find the sword. That's what you do, right? Help people? Have you no shame? First you claim a legacy not your own, then you beg others to help you with problems of your own making. You will refuse this man, won't you, Inspector? And what of Eleazar's flowing golden locks? How will forsaking young Humphrey help the man he has wronged? We shall begin our search for the sword by questioning the people of the Golden Bazaar. Do all inspectors dress like that? I've never met one before, so I don't know what to expect. That blade was a rare and ancient relic. He can't possibly think he'll recover it so easily. Still funny. Yet what drives this man to always claim his opponent's weapon? Pride? No, it must be deeper than that. That boy should be ashamed of himself, robbing poor Eleazar of a priceless family heirloom. Just goes to show you should never trust an adventurer who claims to be a warrior of light. Thieves and tricksters, the lot of them. It may not be the most honorable solution, but mayhap you should consider giving Eleazar a counterfeit blade. If the deception brings him peace in his final days, would it be so wrong? Eleazar's sword? Wasn't much to look at, but at least it was authentic. More than a few collectors have been tricked into purchasing counterfeit relics. Supposed to be asking questions, and she's falling asleep standing up. Antique swords? Oh, I haven't the foggiest about that. That traveling merchant, Jojonpa, is the one you ought to speak with, assuming he hasn't left. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of an ancient sword, at least not of one I can guarantee to be authentic. You see, any wares I determine to be of dubious origins, I immediately discard in the spring east of Camp Drybone. Although I have no swords for sale at present, I may have disposed of a facsimile similar in design to the one you describe. This presents a quandary. Though I am loath to deceive an honorable man like Eleazar, a well-intentioned ruse may put his heart at ease, thus spurring the rejuvenation of his flowing golden locks, whilst we continue the search for the genuine article. Well, if there is a sword in that spring, it won't remain there for long. It's one of the more convenient sources of fresh water for the common folk in Camp Drybone. You should endeavor to be more optimistic, Miss Ellie. Like me. I say we search the spring first, before declaring all to be lost. Forgive me, I could contain myself no longer. What kind of fool parades about in an outfit like that? Was he some sort of mummer? Smell of the dead. Been to the ruins, eh? It was starting to distract me. Falling asleep again. It occurs to me that I am not fully recovered from my accumulated injuries. It would not be prudent to immerse my body in water, not without first coating it with a liberal application of salamander oil, that is. Indeed, on many an occasion, my dearest mother tended my childhood scrapes just so. You understand the importance of physical rehabilitation, yes? Then you can assist me by pouring the oil all over my body. The body is but an instrument, in occasional need of oiling. So come, my friend, come and oil me up. A thick, sticky oil collected from the underbelly of a river-dwelling salamander. Ah, this comforting scent, as though I am a child in her arms. Quickly now, before it dries, knead the oil into my aching flesh. Seems oddly familiar. Ah, God, the pain multiplies manifold. Gently now, gently. Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods. Yes, at last. My muscles slacken and soften. The warmth spreads, and the pain becomes pleasure. Oh dear. Right there. Yes. Keep doing that. Just like that. Just like... Ugh. Yes. Now once more, with feeling. Ah! Never before have I received such splendid ministrations. Now then, into the spring. You as well, my good man. A muddy pebble. A holy pot. A muddy bottle. Well, at least I'm cleaning up the environment. This is not the sword you are looking for. A completely useless and unremarkable rock. Come now, what were you expecting? A rock that keeps quarrels away? Well, at least you didn't pick up a rock at random like some people. Somebody certainly had fun with the descriptions. You've been productive. Excellent. May I see what you found? No sign of the sword Byrnjolf mentioned, I see. Ah! Now I'm all wet. What was that anyway? Did something cause you to... A curved sword. Once again, my instincts have guided us to our quarry. That I had you search that section of the spring was a stroke of Achoo! Inspector, it's bad for your health to conduct investigations in those clothes. I'll go to Ul'dah and fetch you some new ones. How thoughtful of you, Nashu. While you're there, purchase a few bottles of hair tonic for Eleazar as well. The newest, most potent blend you can find. Is it not wonderful, my friend? Soon, all of Eleazar's woes will be no more. As promised, I return to you your father's ancient blade. Aye, it is her. Every chip and scratch is just as I remember. God bless you, sir. I never expected you would go to such lengths for two strangers without thought of reward. Altruism is a rare trait these days. 'Tis common enough, if you know where to look. And a gentleman recognizes the good in every soul, and understands that none deserve to be forsaken. Spoken like a true gentleman, though your garments beg to differ. Inspector, I brought you a change of clothes. Clothing. I also bought a supply of tonic for the peddler. From this peddler I met in Pearl Lane. Excellent work, Nashu. If you would just bring me that case. Inspector Hildebrand? There appears to be something lodged in my forehead. Could it be a missive from an adoring admirer? Ouch. The author neglected to pen her name. I shall come to claim the collector's blade. Is that supposed to be flattering? No, no, you. It's supposed to be intimidating. The duelist wrote this. He's daring you to stop him. A challenge! For me? Oh! At last the curtain rises. Very well. If I am to duel the duelist, I must dress for the occasion. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, accept your challenge. He's incredible. So bold, so majestic, just like a warrior of light. No, a gentleman of light. He is exceptionally something. Core! Inspector Hildebrand, you look amazing! I'll just see if I could get a screenshot of him. I didn't get to it in time. Hildebrand? This is far from the strongest of swords. Blue skies, and the rolling desert. How did you get a hold of that? How much longer must I seek the Blade of Legend? Challenge accepted, my worthy opponent. You shall not claim the blade. With my, let us call it what it is, genius, I shall bring you to justice. Wait, you wish to duel with weapons, not wits? This bridge hardly seems appropriate for such an epic battle. Hey, I know that spear. That's the one I found buried with the pumpkins. Pumpkins sort of remind me of... no, it's gone. Never mind. Perchance you are curious about the duelist's declared target. It so happens I have identified the weapon in question. The treaty blade is part of an Ishgardian noble's collection. Or was, I should say. No, it has not yet been stolen. It has been purchased by an Ul'dan collector, the wife of a wealthy merchant living in Vesper Bay. Suffice it to say, I would be remiss in my duties as a reporter were I to not investigate her. And should the duelist strike whilst I am present, well, I hope I needn't explain what a golden opportunity that would be. Ingratiating myself to her may prove to be the greatest challenge, though. I'm told she is a difficult woman to please. Fortunately, I am also told that she has a fondness for rare flowers, the sort Tutsi, Tutusi, in Camp Drybone sells. You can come along if you'd like. I do wish they had that one cutscene voiceover. The one that looked like a trailer. I had a feeling you couldn't resist the pull of a good story. Since you're here, why didn't you choose the Ulthic Lavender to buy? Here we are, miss. Thank you for your patronage. Was it for love or money that you killed him? It was you? Have you gone mad? That was an Almuldra arrow in his back. I don't even know how to shoot a bow. Almuldra don't shoot fleeing unarmed merchants. They capture and temper them. Not that you or your victim make for convincing merchants. If you're going to misrepresent yourself, put some effort into it. Wear gloves, for God's sakes. Or at least don't wave your hands in front of my face. The calluses on your fingers betray you as a veteran archer. Doubtless you used your skills to great effect 5 years ago, as did your partner. So again I ask, was it because he took from you your share or your sister? You don't touch a man's kin. He knew that, and yet he... Damn, I thought he did it for the money. You two, he's all yours. Yes, of course. Thank you for the help, Inspector. At least he's competent. But when did investigating crimes become such a popular profession? It's not his job, you know. He just likes doing it. He belongs to one of Ishgard's high houses. Some say he's a baron. Not at all like that buffoon Hildebrand, don't you think? I try not to think about Hildebrand. We should get going. Lady Durilda will not take kindly to wilted flowers. I believe you have something to present to Lady Dorilda. Go on, then. Again, as I told the last 20 who came before, if you have come looking for work, you are too late. And even if I were in need of additional security, I would not deign to hire a common adventurer. Now remove yourself from my sight before I have you removed. Did you really think I could be so easily manipulated? Present the right gift, speak the magic words, and you would earn my respect? What is more, a flower's beauty is fleeting. I value beauty which transcends the boundaries of time, everlasting, enduring, unchanging, like mine. Now get out. Forgive us, Lady Dorilda. We meant no disrespect. We were afraid that you would not heed our warnings otherwise. A notorious violent thief is plotting to steal the treaty blade. You fools, I shall come to claim the collector's blade. Yes, I read the mithril eye. I know full well of whom you speak, and it is none of your concern. I have a legion of guards at my disposal. Should he try, I will have him seized or worse. And even if by some miracle he should succeed, he will not escape my wrath, for I have retained the services of a certain gentleman. Ah, but you may see for yourself. Like every piece in my collection, he has been chosen with the utmost care. Now look on, my peerless inspector interlopers. Now look on, my peerless inspector interlopers, and despair. Ships that pass in the night. A signal shown in the darkness. The lady cries out for a guardian, and a gentleman must needs oblige. Oh. Seemed to move by way too fast. I swear to you, here and now, I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall neither slumber nor sleep until the fiend who covets the treaty blade is brought to justice. Good sir, what brings you here? Are you come in pursuit of the duelist as well? Or perchance in pursuit of me? As if I would spend a single gil on an insufferable incompetent. To be fair, you are not spending a single gil on me. The chance to investigate such an intriguing case is payment enough. Preemptive declarations of criminal intent are hardly in vogue. Sorry I'm late. Busy solving a murder. Byrnjolf, Consulting Inspector. At your service, my lady. Conniving Inspector. Consulting Inspector. Rotting Flesh and Saltpeter. Hildebrand Manderville and Nashu Makaraka. I presume. Two rank amateurs playing to a profession of which they know not. Call me when you've finished with these wastrels. You see, I do not want nor need your help. Byrnjolf is more than capable of overseeing the transfer. Now get out, all of you. Where have you been, Maria? And where is my vase? There was this strange flying thing, and the vase, I dropped it in the water. I was so... That vase once belonged to the royal house of Thorn. Do you have any idea how much it was worth? You will go back outside right now and search for my vase. And you are not to return until you find it. Do I make myself clear? My lady, pray allow me to go on the girl's stead. It is not safe, for she herself spoke of a ferocious wild beast. With my unmatched investigative skills, I shall swiftly locate and recover the missing vase, thereby earning your respect, at which point you will gladly grant me permission to investigate the thieving duelist. Verily, it is a plan fiendishly clever in its intricacies. Not when spoken aloud. Miss Maria, would you be so kind as to tell me exactly what happened? I picked up the vase in Ul'dah, like Mother said, and I was on my way home. I was crossing the bridge, and then the flying thing came. I got scared, so I ran. When I stopped, it was gone, but so was the vase. I think I dropped it in Nafika's wells. I want to go and look, but there were scary-looking things down there. I'm scared to go alone. You are no longer alone, Miss Maria. We shall go together and look for the vase, all 5 of us. All 4 of you. I'm going after Inspector Byrnjolf. If the duelist strikes, I mean to be there. But, Miss Ellie, how can you ignore the plight of a young girl for the sake of the story? Because that's my job, you imbecile. Well, we shall not be derelict in our duty of justice. Come, Nashu, we must away. You don't even know what the bloody vase looks like. Maria, dear, listen, if it gets dangerous, or if you feel afraid, you run to this adventurer for help. Understand? Honestly, this is a really horrible woman. Out! Out! I have forthcoming appointments with very prestigious guests, and will suffer your presence no longer. Eager to get started, eh? Capital. You have my leave to canvass the scene for clues. Mayhap you may even find a witness or 2. That girl what run by earlier? I seen her. Had something in her hands, but dropped it while crossing the bridge. Didn't get a good look, but I reckon it don't matter any road. Whatever it was, it's long gone by now. You See, it was a vase, eh? I hope it wasn't valuable, because it's been swept far downstream by now. A vase? Well, anything that falls in the water is like to be swept downstream fairly quickly. Does this have anything to do with that queer winged beast I saw earlier? No? Never mind then. Probably does. Flamboyant oath. And a chicken. A pox upon that thieving demon bird! He shall rue the day he crossed paths with me. Huh? A vase? I know not of what you... Ah! Curse this infernal refuse underfoot. Every point is a dagger. There's something in the water at the man's feet. Hang on. Do the people of this land simply toss their refuse in the river? Every step is agony. Yeah, pretty much. No one cares for the environment these days. Do I spy the treasured vase of Lady Durilda over... Oh dear. Does this belong to you, child? Forgive me. I was so engrossed in my search that I did not notice. Your search for what, pray tell? The demon bird that absconded with my weapon. I set it down for but a moment, only to see it next in the talons of that accursed creature. I gave chase, following it through these waters, and in my haste, I must have stepped upon your vase. Don't fret, Maria. I know it looks bad, but I'm sure Inspector Hildebrand will think of something. Oh, but I already have my faithful assistant. Hearken to me now, for as the rising sun doth dispel the dark, so shall my solution resolve our dilemma. But first, we must gather as many fragments of the vase as we can find. How could I have been so careless? Why does this feel so familiar? Come to present your findings, have you? Splendid, let's have a look. All the Sultan's chocobos and all the Sultan's men couldn't put this vase back together again. Well done, my friend. This should be more than sufficient for our needs. He has performed miracles with far less, after all. What manner of solution could he have? The vase looks to be beyond all hope to me. Yes, knew him out. There is but one person in all Eorzea capable of reconstructing this vase. A man whose skill with the hammer has brought rival goldsmiths low. So breathtaking are his works, so fearsome his competitive spirit. This man is no mere goldsmith. You speak of him as one would a great warrior. Once a notorious gang of thieves perpetrated a series of robberies in Ul'dah, targeting establishments which sold luxury goods. One such shop was owned by the humble lapidary of whom I speak. His was the last shop the thieves struck, for the following morning they were found beaten, bound, and gagged in the gold court. The brass blades never learned who was responsible. The only information they had was the testimony of a thief who kept muttering the words, "The hammer, the hammer." He sounds dangerous. Aye, that he does, and I do so enjoy the company of dangerous men. But where are my manners? I have yet to properly introduce myself. I am Gilgamesh, and that is my companion, Enkidu. Well, not really. It has been many moons since last I saw her. So to ease the burden of loneliness, I tamed a rooster and painted it green. In any case, you mean to search for this goldsmith, yes? If so, it would be my pleasure to help. The pleasure is all mine, Gilligan. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, bid you welcome. If it is that hard for you to remember, I give you leave to call me Gil. Excellent suggestion, Greg. Playful monikers are an effective means of building camaraderie. Call me Hildy. Now then, from what I know of the goldsmith's propensity to procure his materials himself, I have deduced that he is most like to be found in the vicinity of Blue Fog in northern Thanalan. It is there we shall begin our search. I was going to question, why are we taking the little kid there? And then I remembered, oh yeah, her mother pretty much kicked her out of the house until she gets the vase. If a Doblin became a zombie, would that make it a Zomblin or a Dombie? Doblin's wounds indicate that it was felled with a hammer. A trail of bloody footprints leads to the north. And as you can see, there's a weapon still stuck in his head. I don't think it's been dead long. Maybe whoever did it is still around. This goldsmith is not to be trifled with. The basilisk's wounds indicate that it was felled with a hammer. A single blow to the head. Impressive. His handiwork is unmistakable. This corpse is still quite warm. The Doblin, the basilisk, this ottoman, all were slayed with a hammer, as was the beast over yonder, unless I am mistaken. That chimera must be his latest prize, which means he must still be about. Mayhap he is watching us at this very moment, attempting to ascertain our intentions. He was ever a cautious man when on the hunt. Alas, it comes to this. Though every fiber of my being cries out in rebellion, I must break my oath and do the unspeakable. Oh, what must you do that is so terrible? I must dance! I'm a Manderville man, doing what only a Manderville can, from the peaks of Quarthus to Thanalan. Manderville man. I cannot avert mine eyes! That is the dance of House Manderville, passed down from father to son. Were I to perform it within sight of our quarry, he would not be able to resist revealing himself. Alas, I neglected to properly stretch my legs beforehand. My good man, I see no other solution. You must dance in my stead, though it be a gross, nay, unconscionable violation of my family's traditions. I must bequeath to you the Manderville. What manner of man can be summoned only through dance? Are you really going to do the Manderville? Oh, I can't wait. Hang on, though. Emotes. Where is it? I just got it. We are as siblings now, my constant comrade, for I have shared with you the secrets of House Manderville. Now you must use that knowledge. Go to the fallen chimera and dance like only a Manderville can. Nope, I did that. You're so big, Gilgamesh. I shall maintain my distance for now. But fear not, should aught go awry, I will fly to your side at once. There's a hammer in each head. Fancy yourself a Manderville man? You would do what only a Manderville can. Then lift your legs and put up your hands. Be a Manderville man! He comes. Ho ho ho! You have naught to fear from me. Not at all. The only accounts I came to settle were with the Chimera. But you were not drawn here by some coincidence, were you? No, you came in search of me, Godbert. Why else would you gyrate your hips in such a gentlemanly fashion, if not that? Wait, I know you! He of strong yet tender fingers. Yep, that's Godbert, the one we lotioned up at Bronze Lake. But more importantly, how in the hells did you learn the Manderville? If I did not teach you, then who? By the grace of Thal, what sorcery is this? He yet lives? Gonna take some screenshots here. Hildebrand, Helidor, Maximilian Vanderville! There goes his clothes again. 10 years, Hildebrand! 10 years since you left home! And 5 since I learned of your trip to Dalamud. How long were you planning to allow your mother and father to suffer under the illusion that their beloved son was dead? Son, you are Hildy's father? Godbert the goldsmith's a Manderville man, smithing as only a Manderville can. Oil him up and give him a tan. Fit for a Manderville man. Please, father, cease your undulations at once. There are more pressing matters at hand. This antique vase must be made whole once more, for the sake of Miss Maria. Ha! Do not worry, little one. I deal with worse cases before my morning bowel movement. Hold your applause until the end. Byrnjolf, guide my hammer! Look how it sparkles in the twilight, how it radiates elegance. Would you all not agree that it is a work of art? You've completely destroyed a priceless antique's historical value. Nonsense! I have taken a dull, unremarkable vase and transformed it into something far superior. I hope you were paying attention, Hildy. How long has it been since you last held a hammer? Father, that is not my path. I am an agent of inquiry, an inspector. It is my duty to help those in need. Miss Maria is one such person. There are others, too, innocent people whose weapons are callously ripped from their hands by a thieving duelist. I thought you had put away childish dreams. No matter, you will understand in due time. No, I will not. I am an inspector, Father. I can be naught else. Mr. Godbert, sir, I don't think my mother's going to like what you did. She probably won't let Mr. Hildebrand help with the investigation. We cannot say that for certain, can we? Mayhap she will take a liking to this reimagining. You spoke of a thieving duelist, did you not? It so happens I am something of a duelist myself. We were to cross paths with this... Were we to cross paths with this fellow, I would welcome the opportunity to pit my skills against his. Enkidu as well, I should think. I see you two possess a strong sense of justice. Well, glad am I to have met you, Greg. Now let us return to Vesper Bay and see how our vase is received. Vesper Bay, you say? What a coincidence! I shall be traveling there on business once I have finished gathering materials. Oh, I think I might have seen the demon bird which took my weapon. Go on without me. I shall follow anon. If every component of an object were to be replaced, could the resulting object be fundamentally considered the same? Philosophers are unsure. Godbert does not care. Hello there. Mayhap Miss Maria should be the one to present the vase. I hope she likes it. Mother, I brought you the vase. By the gods! Have you all no shame? How dare you make my daughter complicit in your chicanery? I don't know where you found this gaudy trash, but it bears no resemblance whatsoever to the vase I purchased. Now, see here, Lady Dorilda. Not only did you send Maria to fetch your priceless vase alone, placing her in considerable danger should bandits or wild beasts attack, which they did, but... Gaudy trash! Lord Manderville, sir, I did not realize you have arrived. Though I know it is nothing compared to the lavish accommodations and esteemed gentlemen such as yourself. Oh, this is still Dorilda talking. Though I know it is nothing compared to the lavish accommodations as esteemed gentlemen such as yourself must enjoy, I pray my humble abode meets with your satisfaction. Oh, it does, my lady. It does indeed. Especially especially that exquisite vase over yonder. Although I gather from your previous comments that you do not like my reconstruction. Your reconstruction? Oh! I don't like it. I love it. I would go so far as to call it the new centerpiece of my Thorn Dynasty collection. Ah, what a relief! I would have been most distressed had you said otherwise. We Mandervilles do so take pride in our work and ever strive for professional perfection. Oh, but why am I repeating that? Why am I repeating what my son Hildebrand doubtless told you when he offered to investigate the duelist's threats? I'm having trouble trying to say words. Enough expository banter, I say. I cannot recall if your son used those precise words, but I do remember thinking that his help would be most welcome. You will be helping us, Inspector Hildebrand, will you not? Wait a minute. Your father is Lord Godbert Manderville? The man who took Elonde Quiveran's seat on the Syndicate? It appears there have been a great many developments over the past 10 years of which I was completely unaware. In any case, we must redirect our energies towards the investigation of the thieving duelist. Our first order of business will be to review all the facts with consenting Inspector Byrnjolf. I hope I did not speak over much earlier. My wife would describe it as a proclivity to pontificate, but I prefer to think of it as an earnest desire to establish rapport with my fellow man. I think she likes it. Come, we have a thief to catch. Let us seek our Inspector Byrnjolf at once. Why are you still here? Allow me to elucidate. Lady Drilda has asked that we assist with the investigation. Now kindly share with us all your information. Fine. Our plans have advanced at a stage that even you couldn't ruin them anyway. I commissioned several reproductions of the Treaty Blade through a merchant named Jojonpa, who traffics in counterfeit antiques. These blades have been delivered to the observatorium, where they are being distributed amongst Lady Drilda's sellswords. Once I give the order, they will transport them via alternate routes to Vesper Bay. Oh, I think I get it. You're hiding the real transport with a bunch of decoys, right? They're all decoys. The moment the thief strikes, all our forces will converge on his location, including those disguised as small folk, along each route. The real Treaty Blade will remain in the original owner's vault until the thief has been apprehended. Everything has been accounted for. You are superfluous. Mayhap we could use more small folk to watch the roads in and out of the observatorium, assuming you have the capacity to conduct yourselves in an unassuming fashion. Fear not, my fellow inspector, for I am a master of disguise. Have you any information regarding the duelist himself? A description? You never thought to ask Humphrey, did you? The thief is said to be a towering brute, dressed in red, who wields a halberd. A man so garishly dressed should be easy to find in snowy Corthus. Then I suppose we don't need your help after all, do we? Come or don't, I couldn't care less. Be seeing you. Pray forgive my lateness. Greg, my good man! What a pleasure to see you again. We just received new information regarding the weapon thief. A victim described him as a halberd-wielding brute, dressed in... a ridiculous outfit. A ridiculous outfit? Huh! Now I am intrigued. What reasons would a warrior have for wearing impractical clothing? Haha! What reason indeed? It is enough to make a gentleman laugh. The damnable demon bird continues to elude me, but no longer. Soon I shall claim my revenge and weapon both. Allow me to summarize our current plan of action. Our destination is the Observatorium, and our mission is to pose as goodly smallfolk, in accordance with Inspector Byrnjolf's instructions. Naturally, should the situation demand improvisation, we are to disregard those instructions. Any questions? No. Then let us sally forth at once. My redoubtable confederate, you are an experienced traveler, are you not? Why don't you lead the way to Korthus? Does he not know the way to Korthus? Now that is a very red chocobo. Hail to thee, fellow servant of justice. I take it you are one of the many tasked with transporting a counterfeit treaty blade? Clearly you've mistaken me for someone else, sir. At ease, Sergeant. They're with us. More small folk. Keep an eye on them or else. But, sir, Bugger me. Don't you bloody move until I get back. I say, is this land always so inhospitable? The biting winds, the endless snows. Mayhap keeping active will help me to stay warm. Oh, and should I chance to find the thieving duelist, I will of course summon you, after administering the requisite beating. Ha ha! Good, you still... Wasn't there someone else with you a moment ago? Ah, you speak of Greg. He ventured outside the gates mere moments before your arrival. Full eager to catch the thief, as are we. Come, Nashu. We too must answer the call of duty. You look like you might actually be useful. Why don't you have a word with my man near the east gates? We're undermanned over there. Any halberd-wielding mummers shall answer to me. You see that just now? No. I don't think me eyes were playing tricks on me, but there's only one way to be sure. You wait here. Inspector! Over here! Over there, look! What is it, Nashu? Pray, tell me what you see. Aha! I see you, demon bird! You will not escape me this time. Why, hello there, my friends. Is aught amiss? Oh, it's just Greg. For a moment, I thought you might have spotted our thief. Come, Nashu. We have lingered here over long. We must egress post-haste. There is not out of the ordinary here either. No luck, We have scoured every ilm of this area to no avail. I can only conclude that having learned that his opponent was to be the legendary Inspector Hildebrand, the duelist renounced his criminal ways and retreated into hiding. Or perhaps he is waiting patiently outside the walls for more wagons to leave. That being said, should you decide to venture into the wilderness, you had best arm yourself with more than your wits. I appreciate your concern, Miss Ellie, but a gentleman should abstain from violence unless absolutely necessary. I'll fight for you, Inspector. I even found a weapon to use. By the 12, is that the self-same spear which propelled me to the Red Moon? Wherever did you find it? It was buried in the snow. Well, one cannot ignore the will of destiny. Return it to me, Nashu. Though I will still endeavor to avoid fisticuffs, I will be duly armed should worse come to worst. Now then, we begin our search for the duelist to the east of the observatorium. Come now, how hard can it be to find a large man dressed in red in Corthus? I'm not that large. At least I'm dressed for the environment. Hang on a minute. Where's Bobby? Get over here. You're not supposed to disappear on me, my friend. Cor, it's cold out here. Take your post, my good man, and entrust your safety to me. Inspector Hildebrand is ready for battle. Wherefore art thou, my nefarious nemesis? 'Twas not the selfsame creature, but one of many. Nevertheless, I know that my weapon is close by. You sense it too, don't you? Oh. Hang on. Greg, I've been meaning to ask, Why do you covet this weapon so? If you but beheld it, you would understand. In some ways, it bore resemblance to a spear, but in other respects, it was quite different. It was crowned with a magnificent axe blade, to which was welded a musket barrel. It was one of the first weapons I added to my collection after arriving in these lands. Ah, how I yearn to reclaim it, the strongest of spears. That weapon of yours bears a striking resemblance to the strongest of spears. I claimed this weapon 5 years ago. Surely you can't be serious. Now you call me Shirley. No matter. Give it to me. Give it to me. The spear and I have traveled together to the very heavens. I will not relinquish it again. The spear and I have bested many a man together. I will not relinquish it again. Then we are at an impasse. I can't believe I'm saying this, but well done, Inspector. Thanks to you, we've caught the weapon thief in the act. Miss Ellie, you are grossly misreading our dispute. Greg is a good, honest man, who, I am certain, has never stolen a weapon in his life. Indeed, I have not. Every weapon I have claimed was by rights mine. Each was a trophy for besting my opponent in single combat. I believe that constitutes a confession. Seize him. A confession to what? I have done naught wrong. Bah! You all are beyond reason. Ah! Yes, my plan to secure Greg's confession was utterly flawless, and his capture will be the coup de grace. Well, my plan is thus far flawless. Griffin Crossing is still impassable. I know who you are, even if that imbecile doesn't, so let's not mince words. Only you have the skill to face the duelist in battle. Even so, your strength alone will likely not suffice. I suggest you muster what allies you can. Which way did he go, Byrnjolf? Did you see? His name isn't really Greg, is it? Lest you find my advice unsporting, I remind you that our duty supersedes any misbegotten notions of honor you may possess. Nashu? Miss Ellie? Ah! My good man! It is a relief to hear your footfalls. As you have doubtless deduced, I was unable to prevent Greg from escaping through the doors. I must leave the rest to you. Taking a picture of that. That looks really cool. Yes, it was I behind these doors the whole time. It took so long to arrive, I was getting worried you might have gotten lost. Long did I wonder what your role in this play was. A silent guardian, content to watch events unfold with minimal interaction. At the last, I understand. We were fated to duel, you and I. Best me, and you may have the spear. Fail, and your weapons are forfeit. Fair terms, do you not think? I will even extend them to your allies. I grant you leave to summon others. After all, it will avail you no advantage. Proclamation. It is embiggening time! Do not worry about me, my friend. I shall extricate myself in due time. Well, this queue might take a while. Seriously? Trying to figure out how to get the thing back. I'm pushing buttons. I want to make sure I didn't mess anything up. I see. For some reason, it's not bound anymore. Hang on. I'm sorry, I have first person? What the hell? Since when? Oh, I guess I'll figure out some other time. That one DPS. Had a feeling. Some pretty good music. Wait, Sadu?
Go on, Engidu. It's Toad, your favorite. Fine, I admit it. Fighting all 8 of you is just too much for me. Not? Ha! I lied! Hemathy! Why, I've been hurt! This is far from the strongest of spears. I feel so betrayed. Goodness gracious! I, just remembered something.
Is that the Sadu from Twitter?
Oh, I must say, I quite enjoy these tussles. I feel we've gained an understanding. An understanding I will pound you, silly! Rocket punch! Rocket punch!
Oh, Sadu's been turned into a frog.
I won't go down so easily. Well then. That's enough of a beating for now.
Actually, that might be like somebody who decided to name their character Sadu. I mean, of course it is, but I know that there's somebody on Twitter that goes by Sadu who is role playing as the NPC version of her. Whether that was her or not, I have no idea. Why, Greg? Why? Are you dead again, Inspector? How many swords did he drop while... Wait, doesn't that one there look just like Elazar's sword? But even to my untrained eye, this is obviously a counterfeit blade. And so is this one, and this one. What in the world? Alone, yet still armed. In any case, he seemed satisfied with the halberd. He will proceed with the delivery. We will proceed with the delivery. If you wish to be present, I won't object. Meet me in Vesper Bay. Ah, 'tis more magnificent than I imagined. 'Twill make a fine addition to my collection. And with that, our business is concluded. Cheers. I genuinely mean that in your case, by the way. All's well that ends well, right, Inspector? Though it's a shame that Greg turned out to be the thief. There you are, Inspector Byrnjolf. Why did you not wait for me at the docks? Why are you all staring at me so? Oh, never mind that. Where's my treaty blade? But didn't we just give you the treaty blade? Disguise yourself as the client and let the treaty blade come to you. Take advantage of an existing situation to distract us from the real crime. Brilliant. The man in red never spoke of the treaty blade, only the halberd. Moreover, he always issued his challenges in person. Dear gods, isn't it obvious? What is it like in your funny little brains? It must be so boring. If the man in red did not send the challenge, then who did? I believe this is addressed to me, condescending Inspector Byrnjolf. Piss off! 400 years have I slept. 1,000 faces do I wear. What is yours will be mine. I shall come to claim the Lapis Maiden's virtue. A many-faced phantom thief? Interesting. The design and the wording are the same as before. The thief who stole the treaty blade sent this. Very well. I, and I alone, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, once more accept your challenge. You want a challenge, huh? Stand and face me, you buffoon! How dare you all laugh at a time like this, after allowing my precious treaty blade to be stolen? And you, Maria? Well, I suppose it is a little funny, isn't it? The two of them dashing to and fro, a pair of gentlemen mummers. You know, it's been far too long since we've been to a since we've seen. It's been too long. It's been too long since we've seen a show. We should head into the city later. Just you and me. Not bad, Hildy. Not bad at all. You are indeed a Manderville man. Mark my face, O phantom of many faces, for it is the face of the. So I want to try and get some of the pictures here. There's Mandeville man, find his Mandeville wife. Oh, I could have used that. Oh, well. Hey, what's with the goggles those men were wearing? They look special. Maybe if I ask nicely, they'll give me a pair? I guess we'll find out next time. Sorry, I'm giving myself a stretch. There you are. I've been doing some investigating of my own since we last parted. I believe I found our Lapis Maiden. The girl's name is Arabella, daughter of one Master Guguremu, a prominent member of the East Aldernar Trading Company. Her eyes and hair a most exceptional shade of blue. Her beauty is the talk of the Sultanate. Her purported beauty, I should say. You see, none have actually seen the girl in the flesh. Apparently her father is the overprotective sort. Some say that the maiden has never set foot outside the family's well-guarded estate. But all this is coming to change. But all this is about to change. Rumor has it that the girl is to be wed. And not just to anyone, mind you. To the heir of the Bruguiere Consortium. The formal announcement is set to be made at a commemorative feast to be jointly hosted by the two family businesses. The venue in Costa del Sol, where preparations are going on as we speak. Word on the street is that the bride-to-be will be making a rare public appearance. It is here that the thief intends to strike. I couldn't be more certain of it. Piqued your interest, have I? My sources tell me but the bride's father is already in Costa del Sol, overseeing the preparations. This is one scoop I'm not going to miss, and you're welcome to come along. Oh, how I am looking forward to meeting Miss Arabella. They say many a song is sung of her beauty. Mind you, there was a song or two sung of me in my day. Good food, good drink, and good tidings. That today's announcement will send even more gil flowing into our coffers only makes the wine taste all the sweeter. Renting out Master Gegurushu's private property would be almost unthinkable for most folk, but the guild talks, and neither the Bruger Consortium nor the East Aldernard Trading Company are in any danger of running their coffers dry. How are you doing, Westgate? Not that it's any of my business, but the next time a nation is in danger of imminent destruction at the hands of a primal, you might consider consulting those who have fought and felled it before. In any case, I am glad to see you alive and well. I wonder if he's talking about Leviathan. This is Master Guguremo of the East Aldernard Trading Company and father of the bride. Let's see what he can tell us. You're not one of my associates. This banquet is for invited guests only. If you have no business here, Be on your way at once. Beg pardon, good sir. My name is Ellie, reporter of the Mithril Eye. If I might have just a moment of... Ah, yes! That two-gill sensational rag! I read your tiresome screed about the self-styled phantom thief, and his letter of challenge. If you come to tell me my daughter is in danger, I can assure you that your concern is entirely unwarranted. I have not kept my Arabella safe to this day to see her whisked away from me by some fly-by-night rogue. I have spared no expense in securing the best protection that money can buy. The brass blades of the Gebera, an elite unit of the most lethal swordsmen in the Sultanate. They say one of them once caused a man's heart to burst just by looking at him askance. The moment they set eyes on the would-be thief will be his last. If the thief is obliging enough to allow himself to be seen, or do those goggles serve some purpose other than making the wearer look utterly ridiculous? Consulting Inspector Byrnjolf, your reputation precedes you, and what, pray tell, would you propose? I have promised some of the wealthiest men in the realm that my daughter will be attending the festivities. To renege, on my word, would have dire implications for the family trade. My proposal is a simple one. Entrust the investigation to me. The thief will be in shackles before the banquet commences, and it will cost you not a whit of your precious skill. Do they ever stop smiling? Very well. Let us see if your reputation is deserved. But consider yourself warned. Greater fortunes than you will ever know hinge upon this banquet. I will not tolerate any disturbances. Such touching concern for his coin purse. If only he could muster the same for his daughter. But do tell, Inspector, after he slipped under our noses the last time, what makes you so confident that you can catch our thief this time around? Our man may boast 1,000 faces, but he has but a single modus operandi. And it is painfully obvious. A letter of challenge, a precious treasure whisked away from its rightful owner in the broad light of day. This tells me that our thief is an attention seeker with supreme confidence in his abilities. Doubtless he means to target the maiden using the same methods he used to abscond with the treaty blade. Even now the fiend is in our midst, having assumed the identity of someone who will be in close proximity to Miss Arabella at the feast. I have already narrowed the field. Arabella's betrothed, Vanessa, would be an obvious target for our thief. So too would be his father, Morgaunt. Yolto Nolto and his wife, Seinana, the guests of honor, will give a toast to the couple's happiness. Both will be standing close to the stage where the bride-to-be is set to appear. Needless to say, we cannot rule out Guguremu himself. Finally, we have Lewenhart, a steward of Guguremu's estate and Miss Arabella's personal attendant. All the key players, save for the Lapis Maiden herself, have assembled in Costa del Sol. Doubtless the Phantom Thief lurks among them, his face concealed, gathering information and planning his course of attack. We will begin our questioning of the suspects immediately. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, you are to report back to me at once. Hildebrand Manderville. I could smell the stench of idiocy and incompetence from a mile away. The pleasure is all mine, contriving Inspector Byrnjolf. Forgive me for not revealing myself sooner. I was simply conducting a bit of preliminary undercover investigative work. Yet to see through my ingenious disguise with such ease, yes, I dare say your powers of observation rival even mine own. Fear not, friends. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have arrived to defend the Maiden's honor, as only a Manderville man can. He does realize there's still a fish on his head, doesn't he? Good, Inspector. I realize we have not seen eye to monocle in the past, but a fair maiden's virtue, mayhap her very life, is at stake. From one gentleman to another, let us put aside our differences. Yes, I would welcome your assistance in this case. Me? Assist you? Aren't you a funny man? Oh, it makes no matter. My plan is so flawless that not even your bungling can interfere this time. If you wish to assist me, you may do so by keeping watch over the suspects. In the meantime, I have a promising lead to investigate. I shall return before the banquet begins. While I know this may be asking much, do try not to do anything stupid in my absence, will you? I would speak with you, but not here. I will be waiting for you outside Costa del Sol. Come quickly, for we do not have the luxury of time. Inspector Byrnjolf seems to have taken a liking to you. You should be proud. As you can see by his treatment of someone we know, the man doesn't suffer fools lightly. It is not by fate's whimsy that we have been reunited here today, friend. You were destined to be by my side as I apprehend the fiend and defend the fair maiden's virtue. I am Vance, heir to the chairmanship of the Bruguiere Consortium. And who exactly were you again? I'm sorry, I just realized that I don't particularly care. Vance is me own flesh and blood, heir to the Bruguiere Consortium. It barely needs saying that he'd settle for no less than the most storied beauty the realm over. All I have done to raise Arabella to to a beautiful young woman has been in anticipation of this day. I've never been more proud to call myself her father. Political marriages. You've come. Excellent. With that buffoon suitably distracted, we can get to more important matters. But before we proceed, what might I call you? An unremarkable name, but it will suffice. Now answer me this, Byrnjolf. You were there when the phantom thief, in the guise of Lady Durilda, stole off with the treaty blade. Was there anything about our foe's disguise that struck you as particularly noteworthy? Intriguing. Where most would point out the sheer physical perfection of the disguise, you turn an eye within. A thorough inspection of the mask left behind at the scene revealed a tiny prism sewn into the fabric. It is the stone that allows him to change appearances at will, and yet, like you, this was of secondary concern to me. For movements to mannerisms, to that utterly obnoxious personality, the thief did not merely look like Lady Durilda. He was her. Such a feat could not be accomplished by magical trickery alone. We are dealing with a clever and thorough criminal. Not content to rely on his ample powers of disguise, he studies his targets closely before assuming their identities. He emulates them utterly and completely, that not even their closest friends or family could detect that aught is amiss. All the key players arrived at Costa del Sol 3 days ago, when preparations for the banquet began. This would afford our thief more than enough time to study his would-be target. And yet some disguises are more challenging than others. Put yourself in the mind of our phantom, Byrnjolf. If you were the thief, whose identity would you first assume? A brass blade. Precisely. Clearly, you are far less useless than the bumbling inspector whose company you keep. Strong in number, few of words, able to come and go as they please, a fearsome reputation to scare away any who would draw near enough to realize something was amiss. An ideal entry into Costa del Sol for our man. Deducing as much, I made a point to question brass blades in the area. Little to my surprise, I learned that there was one man who had not been seen at his favorite alehouse for 3 days past. Our thief has not made a habit of wanton murder. Doubtless the poor man is lying naked in a ditch not far from here. In addition to general security duties, each of the blades has been assigned to serve as bodyguard for one or more of the guests. If the man can tell us of his assigned charge, like as not, his answer will reveal the current identity of our thief. Our thief will not have had the time to carry the unconscious man far. I will canvass the immediate area. You begin your search on the outskirts of Costa del Sol. Like as not, the missing brass blade is lying naked in a ditch somewhere. Begin your search in the vicinity of Costa del Sol. With our thief pressed for time. Okay. Hey, it's a big crab. Giant crab legs. Excellent. You are one of the less incompetent assistants I have worked with. Thank the gods! Please, free me from these chains before the snippers eat me alive! There. Now tell me all that you can remember about what happened to you, and try to be brief. We just arrived in Costa del Sol, had a briefing of sorts. Master Gugurumu gave us each our orders, who we'd be looking after, and the like. Had a mind to tour the area, get my bearings. Next thing I knew, I felt a thwack on the back of my head. When I came to, here I was, stripped to my skivvies. Much to the chagrin of those of us who have to look at you. You say you received orders from Master Gugurumu. Who was to be your charge? My memory's hazy, but one was Morgant, father of the groom. The other was a Lawfulin gent from Limsa. Yolto Nolto. Now try your best to remember. Were there any other guests with whom you were ordered to interact? Come to think of it, yes. There was also the steward, Lewenhart. I was to review with him the schedule of events, discuss the protection of key supplies, that sort of thing. Morgant, Yolto Nolto, and Lewenhart. Thank you. For any incompetent fool, your testimony has proved astonishingly enlightening. I shall see this man back to the city and into the possession of some new clothes, after which I shall return to Costa del Sol to continue the investigation. Go on ahead of me, and for the love of the gods, just make sure that imbecile doesn't cause too much trouble in my absence. Ah, there you are. There you are, friend. And not a moment too soon. For I was about to commence my investigation in earnest. Tell me, did your Inspector Byrnjolf's avenue of inquiry bear fruit? Morgant, Yolto Nolto, and the steward Lewenhart, you say? This does not surprise me. Yes, I had considered them all exceptionally suspicious from the start. With the Lapis Maiden in danger, we cannot afford a moment's delay. I, Hildebrand, shall have our thief in shackles before the inspector returns. Fear not, friend, the inspector shall be none the wiser. Ha ha! If he had hoped to nab the fiend for himself, he should not have simplified the task for me so. Ah, there is one of our suspects standing suspiciously under that canopy over there. Just you wait, fiend. I shall rip the mask from your face and reveal you for the rogue that you are. The lucky father of the groom-to-be, or the fiend who would sully the maiden's virtue. In a matter of moments, all shall be revealed. Stand back, friend. The man we pursue is a criminal mastermind. The merest slip of the tongue could put our case, nay, our very lives, in danger. But have no fear, Miss Ellie. Ready your quill, that you might record my every word as I employ the time-honored art of parley, handed down from Manderville men of ages past, to reveal our foe. I can think of I can think of few topics that would interest my readers less than your blatherings. Just catch the thief, so I can have my story, would you? Don't worry, Inspector. I brought my quill and journal, too. Your adoring fans won't miss a word. Capital! This is why you are my favorite assistant, Nashu. Now behold, as I ensnare our prey with a web of words leading to his inevitable demise. Good morning, Master Guguramu, and a fine morning it must be. For you, most of all, allow me to offer the most heartfelt congratulations on your betrothal to the enchanting Miss Arabella. What is this nonsense? Arabella is my daughter! You... Just who in the seven hells are you, anyway? Guards! Guards! Now hold your chocobos, Gurumu. I recognize the lad. This is Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Come to save the lovely lass from the clutches of the phantom thief, have ye? I reckon we owe the man our gratitude. Aye, Venice? Phantom thief? Balderdash and rot, if you ask me. That said, my betrothed must be quite the beauty indeed, to have such rumors told about her. Perhaps she's worthy of me after all. Ha ha! He exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an effort. He exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an effort. Fashion-challenged youth. Most suspicious. He's a damn sight easier on the eyes than you. Ah, ha, ha! That's me, Vance. Ever calm in the face of danger. Truly his father's son. A worthy heir of the Bruguiere consortium. And a worthy match for my daughter, I must say. Yes, I foresee many years of prosperity for our families. Or family, I should say. Ho ho! Which reminds me, Master Vanice. Arabella asked me to convey her gratitude to you for the golden clasp you sent some months ago. It has not left her neck since the day. Oh, that little trinket? 'Twas nothing. Tell your daughter the greatest treasures in the realm will be hers once we are wed. Ha ha! The time-honored Mandeville art of parley. We'd be sleeping with the fishes now had Morgaunt not spoke up on your behalf. That said, nothing about the interactions between the three struck me as particularly unnatural. Ha ha ha! Let us not rush to conclusions, Miss Ellie. A gentleman fancies a more methodical approach. Yes, everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Whoops, I was supposed to be taking this down, wasn't I? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. I sought only to earn the trust of the families before confronting Yolto Nolto and Loneheart, who have aroused my suspicion from the start. Come, we have a thief to apprehend. Yolto Nolto and Lowenhart. One of the two wears a mask, but which, with a few words, all will be revealed. I've not seen your faces round here. With the East Aldernald Trading Company, are ye? Why, yes, good sir. Very much with them. Some might even say we are the East Aldernard Trading Company. Ha ha ha! Oh, pleasure to meet ye. Do tell, is the Lapis Maiden as lovely as they say? Say Nana, here's no slouch herself. But like me, she's getting on in years. No offense intended, my dear. Oh, but where are me manners? Yolto Noto, of the Brugere Consortium. And this is my wife, Sinana. I look forward to many profitable dealings with you and yours in the moons and years to come. I dare say this wedding and the joining together of our family businesses couldn't be happening at a better time, what with all manner of fell beasts and beast men taking aim at our wares. Why, just the other day a shipment of imported foodstuffs was waylaid by the Mandragoras. Nasty buggers, the lot of them. If I were 20 years younger, I'd dice them up myself and make a salad out of. You have heard of the Mandragoras, haven't you? But of course, I once spent a year honing body and mind with the fist of Rolger. My fellow monks and I would chant several hundred mantra whatsits a day. And your food stores were occasionally raided by the ruthless band of rogue vegetables known as the Mandragoras, yes? Wouldn't it kill you to read the Mithril Eye and educate yourselves from time to time? A fearsome lot they are. Rumor has it that they'll not rest until every fruit or vegetable harvested for consumption has been freed from captivity. Why, they struck at the larder here just days ago. Our supplies were decimated. Fear not, milady. I was able to arrange for an emergency shipment to replace the stolen produce. It arrived safely some time ago. Settle down, Sainana. Forgive me, wife. She's always saying how meat is bad for her figure. And with that, I'd best go prepare me speech. Carry on, lads. Criminy! None of those three were suspicious in the least. But we must not give up hope, lest he of many faces have the last laugh. Where there is a will, a gentleman shall find a way. Come, Nashu, we must move quickly, or the Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. You speak so fast, Inspector. The sign of a quick mind, I'm sure. Now, where was I? Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. The Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. I'm not sure that captures the Inspector's intending meaning. But this is no time for us to be standing around. Inspector Byrnjolf will be back any moment now, and he's not the type to suffer excuses. Quite so, Miss Ellie. Fortunately, I have a plan. Let us investigate the foodstuffs, of which Master Leonhardt spoke. Should we find any contradictions in his testimony, we can consider the man a prime suspect. Inspector Byrnjolf will be back before long. Come, Nashu. This is no time to delay. Look at this! Now there's water. Now there isn't. Now there's water. Some of those coconuts don't look like coconuts. These crates must contain the foodstuffs of which Master Leonhardt spoke. At a glance, they do not appear particularly suspicious, but our investigation must not be deterred. crates of assorted foodstuffs, and a veritable host of luscious-looking coconuts. It appears that our man, Leonhardt, spoke true? Ye gads! Are those explosives? A spy concealed amongst these coconuts? Perhaps I spoke in haste. It would appear that we have found our phantom thief, after all. Oh, those are mine, Inspector. I was looking for a place to set them down, you see, and those coconuts were looking awfully lonely. Nashu, far be it from me to cast doubt on your choice of hobbies, but what in the name of the 12 would possess you to bring your creations to an investigation? Well, they were so helpful in jogging your memory that one time, and I just thought, does this mean you won't be needing this piece of driftwood either? Your enthusiasm is always admirable, Nashu, but in this event, I fear it's somewhat misdirected. Now, set the driftwood down over there and concentrate on taking your notes, like the astute assistant you are. I say, we are most fortunate that confounding Inspector Byrnjolf is otherwise occupied at the moment. Were he to chance upon this scene, he would veritably explode in rage. Now let us dispose of these things before an errant ember sends us all to a fiery demise. Confounding Inspector Byrnjolf, explode a fiery demise. Got it. Are you sure about that? Uh-oh. Don't look now, but someone has returned at the absolute worst possible time. You two are supposed to be keeping an eye on the suspects and staying out of trouble, yes? The inspector will have a fit if he sees you here. But, Miss Ellie, should Inspector Byrnjolf come upon these explosives, the consequences will be even more dire. Byrnjolf and I will see that the inspector keeps a wide berth from this beach. You two just get out of here and be quick about it. Quick thinking, Miss Ellie. Come, Nashu. We shall return for your creations once Inspector Byrnjolf has been led safely from the scene. Investigation calls us, and we must heed its cry. Worry not, my friend. Should anything threaten to put you or Miss Ellie in harm's way, Nashu and I stand at the ready. All we have to do is lure him away from these crates. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? So, Hildebrand has managed thus far not to destroy anything. Consider me something almost resembling impressed. Indeed, but enough about Hildebrand. Byrnjolf and I have been waiting to hear your latest theories. We should go somewhere quiet and... An excellent idea, Miss Ellie. Ah, yes, that spot just over there by the crates should suffice. There? Of all places? But surely we could find somewhere more scenic. I am not here on vacation. I am here to solve a case. Besides, we cannot afford to have our conversation overheard. That junk-littered beach should afford us some welcome privacy. Yes, Inspector. Privacy indeed. Bloody hells, don't worry, Byrnjolf. I'll figure out some way to lead him clear of the bombs. I think the tide is rising. We really should move to higher ground. Oh, there's the driftwood right there. Oh, that's cute. Wait a minute. I see you there. I remember that little guy. But I never noticed him behind these chairs before. Man, it makes me wonder, where else have I missed seeing him? You will end up seeing him a lot. Is it just me, or is there a bit of a chill in the air? Perhaps we should go someplace warm. I, for one, welcome a respite from the sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long. If you insist, Inspector. Through the questioning of a brass blade attacked by our quarry, I have identified the 3 individuals most likely to be our thief in disguise. To wit, Murgaunt, Yolto, Nolto, and Loneheart. The 3 of us shall split up, with each of us keeping watch over... Ahem! Are the 2 of you listening? Of course, we are. Beg pardon, Inspector. You look unwell, Miss Ellie. Perhaps you were right. I too feel a chill wind blowing in. Mayhap we should continue our conversation elsewhere. Ah, but there's no need. Wait here, and I shall build us a fire. Methinks the Inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of locating suitable kindling on these barren shores is infinitesimal. Here we are. This piece of driftwood should serve perfectly, and as fortune would have it, I just happen to have a flint stone on my person. There is no cause for alarm. It is not blood that courses through the Inspector's veins, but ice. I could not fathom a series of events that would lead such a calm and composed individual to lose his firm grip on the fiery torch. Remarkable insight, Inspector. I must record these words for posterity. Whee! It's flying! What have we here? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Could this be another challenge from the fiend? Surely you jest, Inspector. It looks nothing like his usual cards, see? Doubtless, it's just the idle ravings of some madman. Perhaps so, but we must exercise due caution. Ah, there are 2 more pages. Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. It is not the Lapis maiden alone that shall come to harm. It is more direct than his previous challenges, but there can be no doubt as to the sender. But what is this talk of another victim? The final page holds the answer, no doubt. The final page? Confounding Inspector Byrnjolf will meet a fiery demise? Ah! You saw through the fiend's ruse, but how? Let's just call it reporter's intuition. Are you hurt? A ringing in my ears, but otherwise, no worse for the wearer. You have my gratitude. Hildebrand Mandeville, were you able to learn aught of the fiend who made this ignoble attempt on my life? I exhausted every effort, Inspector, yet I fear our quarry proves ever elusive. Excellent. I might have died of shock if you had. At any rate, our foe has revealed himself as no mere thief, but a madman who will resort to cold-blooded murder. We must redouble our vigilance, lest the others come to harm. Vigilance. Yes, vigilance is the order of the day. What in the name of the gods? Thou's teeth! Those vegetables cost a fortune, and they're ruined! Ruined! Agent of inquiry, more like agent of injury and incompetence, you are to replace the supplies that you destroyed before the banquet begins, or I will see the entire lot of you rot in jail. Clearly our thief has decided that my prodigious intellect presents the greatest threat to his schemes. Perhaps he is a more clever man than I thought. Thanks to our quick thinking, the bombs are no more, and the inspector is none the wiser. It's a shame to see good food go to waste, though. Those coconuts looked positively luscious. I would ask how he survived an explosion at point-blank range, but something tells me that's one more mystery better left unsolved. Is that a fish? I'm getting hungry. What was that terrible explosion coming from the beach? Is everyone safe? Fear not. The fiend's artless attempt on my life has been thwarted. Sadly, your food supply did not escape unscathed. Master Gugurimu bids that the damaged ingredients be replaced with all speed. Good gods! This is no thief. This is a madman. As for replacing the ingredients, I fear that will prove a difficult task. Those crates contain imported vegetables of considerable rarity, you see. Vegetables that are in particularly short supply these days. What with the mandragoras at large. Even if I were to place the order immediately, it would likely take days to arrive. The mandragoras? I have heard of that fell band. Tell me, what manner of vegetables did they steal? The rarest was an import from the Far East. I do not recall the name, but it very closely resembled the Eorzean dragon pepper, save for its color, which was a deep purple. Methinks you dost worry too much, Master Leonhardt. Our course of action is clear. We need only storm into the den of these overgrown weeds and steal your precious purple dragon peppers right back. I would advise against that, Inspector. These are no ordinary mandragoras, but rather a bloodthirsty band of killers given in succulent flesh. Even the brass blades of the gerbera proved unable to resist them. Aho! A formidable foe indeed. Were only there a brave soul in our midst with a want for taking on fearsome enemies, with not a shred of concern for his own well-being. Your eyes, friend, they speak to me. They say, I, yes, I, shall vanquish these rogue vegetables and deliver the purloined goods back to their rightful owner. You are truly a godsend, adventurer. One Sunhimmel of the Yellow Jackets has been charged with defending the roads from mandragoras. If anyone would have knowledge of their current whereabouts, it would be him. Without those ingredients, Master Gugurimu is like to cook me instead. Please, friend, you're my only hope. A gentleman would never let his comrade face danger alone. Let us away to Limsa together. If you come for the mandragoras, I fear you're half a bell too late, as were we, blast it all. To hear the poor merchant tell it, no sooner had he opened his cargo hold to check on a shipment of vegetables than did an onion turn on him, screeching bloody murder. Fled his own vessel in sheer terror, he did. By the time he came to his senses, it had set sail without him. The merchant left for Adelport, hoping to recoup his losses. If you've a mind to go after the culprits, you might lend an ear to his sad tale. Is the thrill of the chase not invigorating, my invigorating friend? The ferry docked by Fisherman's Bottom will carry us to Adelport. Let us be swift on our way. Eek! Don't sneak up on me like that. I thought ye were a feral turnip, a murderous eggplant, or something like that. Think I jest ye? You'd be singing a different tune if a shot of tomato juice almost took out your eye, as it did mine. My eye! By the time I'd regained my wits, they'd already set sail with me ship, and me livelihood. I'm ruined! If I never see another bleeding onion till the end of me days, it'll be too soon. To hear most say it, the mandragoras are a nasty lot, a right pain in the arse to farmers and provisioners the realm over. But let me tell ye, friend, that ain't the least of it. Freeing their fellow fronds from our larders and tables is but the beginning. The bulbous blackguards have a far grander scheme. Revolution! Madness, ye say? Take a ferry to the Isle of Umbra and see with your own eyes a veritable vegetable kingdom where eggplants and turnips rule with an iron fist. This muscle-bound fellow with the dim expression. I could swear I've seen his face somewhere before. Oh, it's him. Bugger me! If it ain't the undead overlord that fancies himself a gentleman inspector. Which would make you, could it be, the adventurer that bested the thieving duelist in single combat? Well, bugger me and call me inspector. Tell me, is it true that the duelist traveled with a demon bird whose crow could split the heavens? Well, that's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a bloody tomato your grace. And that's exactly the fate we're in for if we don't nip this revolution in the bud. And I mean that literally. As we speak, the mandragoras are planting themselves, a whole army of their own kind, on the Isles of Umbra. Ye'd be doing the whole realm a favor if ye could go there and uproot them, before the harvest comes. Many a case have I solved in my day, but I have not matched wits with sentient plant life before. This should prove quite exhilarating. To the Isles of Umbra! PlayStation buttons. You feel a hostile gaze upon you. More PlayStation buttons. Uh-oh. They're evolving their vocabulary. Friend, my pursuit of the Mandragoras has led me beneath the surface. Yes, they must be down here, somewhere. Impeccably fought, my friend. I only wish I had seen the battle with my own eyes. You may go on ahead to Costa del Sol. I shall be along as soon as I extricate myself. What took you so long, friend? The Isles of Umbra are but a short sprint away. I trust you have brought along the goods we so bravely reclaimed. He returned. I feared you might end up a tasty snack for a crazed head of cabbage. The stolen foodstuffs? You've saved my hide today. Oh, but I must see if those purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Guguremu is quite particular about his seasonings. Oh, can I come too? I've never seen a purple dragon pepper before. That wild vegetable chase was a pleasant diversion. But it is time we return to the case. Now, there must be some clue that yet eludes us. Core! The peppers have changed colors! What's this? Peppers that possess the same powers of disguise as our many-faced foe? A gentleman must needs investigate. A striking shade of blue. Quite far from the purple that Master Leonhardt described. Perhaps we recovered the wrong crate? But look here, Inspector. The crate is clearly marked for Costa del Sol. How curious. Did I say purple? I meant a purplish blue, or a bluish purple. The two colors are really quite similar when you think about it. You know, you could have just said you were colorblind. These peppers have a most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Unless, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. Ha! The charade is up! After the man! It is as I suspected all along. The goggles have proved the key to cracking the case. With speed, Nashu! The fiend must be brought to justice. He can run, but he cannot. Ha ha ha! If you thought you could outsprint this Mandeville man, you were sorely mistaken. For pilfering a priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, and untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens of Eorzea. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, hereby place you under arrest. Done in by Snipper. A fitting end for an ignoble thief. Let us see what lies behind the mask. Where am I? Who are you? Ha! Playing the fool will avail you not. I suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence. But should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls and broken bones. Wait, I remember now. I was on my way to meet Miss Arabella when... Miss Arabella! I must find her at once. My head. It would seem that this man wears no mask. This is the true Leeuwenhoek. I swear on my life that it is so. I was en route to the estate in Wineport when one of the brass blades on patrol approached me. We exchanged greetings, and in the next instant he turned on me. I fought desperately to defend myself, even managed to drive a kitchen knife into the man's right hand. In the end, though, he proved too strong for me. Now that you mention it, the impostor was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him. There is still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he has doubtless already assumed a new identity. And yet he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It is unlikely that he had the time to thoroughly research his new target. Most importantly, we now know that the thief suffered a wound to his right hand. We need simply return to Costa del Sol and examine the hands of all present. An excellent plan, Inspector. While you do so, we shall accompany Leeuwenhoek back to the estate, that we might ensure Miss Arabella's safety. I have found you, my little ones. Let me guess, you seethe with anger at those that took from you what was yours. Oh my god, this was so cute. And I like his angry face. Then it would appear our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol, and await my orders. When the time is right, a revenge will be yours. The game is afoot, inspectors. Now, what mask shall I wear to the ball? Do I dream? But I must, for such beauty could not be of this world, and gentleman's heart swoons. Miss Arabella, What are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once. Oh, Lewin, always the warrior. Your concern is touching, but I am a woman grown. Besides, I just wanted to see the flowers. Lovely though these flowers may be, they are as unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Please, call me Hildy. The pleasure is mine, my lord. Much have I heard of your deeds. Tell me, are these rumors of a many-faced thief true? I fear they are, Miss Arabella. But still your gentle heart, for as long as Hildebrand is on the case, the fiend shall not lay a twisted finger upon you. This I swear on the Mandeville name. The gods smile on me indeed to send such a strong and handsome gentleman as my champion, and yet... You seem pensive, milady. Is something the matter? To tell the truth, this marriage has been arranged against my wishes. I do not love Vannes. Why, I have not even met him. He sent me this clasp as a betrothal gift, a treasure of my treasure. Wear it always, the message said. I do not care how beautiful it is. It might as well be a golden shackle. Miss Arabella, you must not say such things. An arranged marriage to a youth you have not yet met? You have not even met? Unconscionable. Father says that this marriage must happen, that it is for the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true Don. But if I may be bold, milady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood? Quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars of Pearl Lane. When I was just a babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lewin in as well, though as servant rather than son. You may think father a cold and miserly man, but to me, he is the man who gave me warmth and hope where I had none. I will learn to love Vannes, if that will make father happy. You cannot be serious, Miss Arabella. You are a beautiful young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Surely, you would not have to look far to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of your days. If I have to spend another hour with you, I'm like to lose my wits. But anyway, we should return to Costa del Sol and see how the inspector's investigation fares. I, as well, must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, friends. We have not a moment to lose, friend. The time of our final confrontation with the fiend is nigh. Our foe has doubtless assumed a new identity, but have no fear. Upon our return to Costa del Sol, I shall employ the time-tested Mandeville art of parley to cut through the fiend's flimsy facade. 'Tis an art that I would impart to you as well, friend, though there will be time enough for that once our foe is in shackles and Miss Arabella is safe. No doubt it shall prove as invaluable in your adventures as it has in my investigations, or failing that, serve to entertain you when you have nothing better to do. But I digress. A gentleman must away to Costa del Sol. The fair maiden's life hangs in the balance. Nashu, Miss Ellie, with me. Hey, I know you! What with you following that half-crazed inspector hither and yon on his madcap cases, I reckon you've worked up quite a thirst. I've got a fine vintage I reckon you might fancy. That fellow under the table looks terribly suspicious. Indeed he does. Inspector Byrnjolf, I have seen to the maiden's safety. Miss Arabella will be along soon. How fares your investigation? I have canvassed the grounds, but none of the guests are concealing their hands. How can this be? The thief must be somewhere. Miss Arabella just left her estate, I hear. I suppose we'll find out soon enough if her beauty is truly a match for our own. Tee-hee. There's no time without the thief in custody. Without the thief in custody, we cannot risk allowing Miss Arabella to take the stage. But Inspector, Venice and his family will not take kindly to his betrothed's absence. That is nothing of my concern. Besides, doubtless the inspector here will think of something. Me? What do you propose? You're the expert at creating diversions. Can't you just knock something over, blow something up, or the like? You know, like you always do. Inspector Byrnjolf, I knew the day would come that you recognized my many talents. Worry not about Master Venice. Yes, for the sake of the maiden, gentlemen, we'll do what must needs be done. The poor sop lacks even the wits to know when he's being insulted. Now to the task at hand. We must find a way to conceal Miss Arabella's true identity. Not far from here are the servants' quarters. There should be a change of clothes lying around. Perfect. Byrnjolf, find some suitable ordinary garb and deliver it to Miss Arabella outside the gates. I shall proceed with the investigation. Leave the betrothed and his family to me, my friend. Master Venice will not suspect for a moment that aught is amiss. Has the Lapis Maiden arrived yet? I simply must look upon her beauty for myself. Servants' garbs, you say? I much prefer what you're wearing. But we certainly have enough rags to go around. Here you go. Do with them as you will. Greetings, friend. Oh, what's this you have for me? Sewn in a competent fashion by a reasonably talented tailor. Using materials of a satisfactory quality, these garments have been kept in acceptable shape and more than likely commanded an average to fair price at market. Servant's garb? But why? Miss Arabella, with the thief still at large, the risk of letting you be seen is too great. Change into those clothes and promise that you will not leave my sight. But the ceremony! Father will be furious, and Lord Venice. We are dealing with a man who tried to blast me to the heavens, and almost succeeded. We cannot exercise enough caution. As for the ceremony, I have entrusted the matter to a certain gentleman. You need only concern yourself with your own safety. We should do as the inspector says, Miss Arabella. Your life is more important than this marriage, or whatever profits your father stands to gain from it. Lumen, if father heard you say such things... I should have said them long ago. By not doing so, I have put your life in danger. But besides, we have not one, but 2 skilled inspectors on the case. It will not be long until the fiend is brought to justice. Very well. I shall retreat to the carriage. Pray wait for me there. Pray wait for me here. My apologies for the delay. What should I do with my banquet dress, Inspector? Byrnjolf, bring Miss Arabella's dress to the bumbling inspector. I dare not speculate as to how he intends to see to this... I dare not speculate as to how he intends to see to his task, but I would imagine he requires all the help he can get. Now, let us return before the festivities begin. You will not elude me this time, fiend. Ah, you return. Me? I was in the act of formulating a master plan to distract Master Vanus at the ceremony. Is there aught I might do for you? Why, this is Miss Arabella's dress. I must admit to some confusion as to what to do with it, but worry not, I shall take it into safekeeping. And with that, I must attend to Master Vanus before the ceremony begins. Worry not, friend. I assure you that Inspector Nordin and I have the situation entirely under control. Why not find yourself a seat and enjoy the festivities? Curses! How am I supposed to find my man with all these people milling about? Friends, family, business associates, it is an honor and a pleasure to welcome one and all to Costa del Sol for today's feast, co-hosted by the Bruguiere Consortium and the East Aldernord Trading Company. We trust that you've been enjoying fine food, fine spirits, and profitable conversation. The Lapis Maiden. If even half the tales are, if even half the tales of her beauty are true, Vaness is the luckiest bastard in the realm. Noto, Senana, honored guests, it's a great pleasure to announce the betrothal of my son, Vanus, future chair of the Bruguiere Consortium, to Arabella, daughter of Master Gugaremu of the East Aldernord Trading Company. The couple would exchange their eternal vows ere today that the happiness that is theirs may usher in a new era of prosperity for one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present my son's lovely bird, the Lapis Maiden, whose beauty minstrels will sing of for ages to come. Damn you, Hildebrand Manderville, you had one job. She's beautiful. Were the rabble expecting otherwise? She is my bride, after all. Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we are wed, you will want for nothing. Pray, give your hand unto me. My sun and stars, yes, yes, 1,000 times yes, I am yours, and shall be forevermore. What have you done with my bride, you cross-dressing deviant? Not quite what I had intended, but I suppose it serves our purposes. Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Arabella is safe and sound. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have but assumed the maiden's appearance to ensnare the vile fiend who would take aim at her life. The fiend who now lies defenselessly before me. The game is up, Venice. Or shall I call you by another name, the thief of many faces? Me? The thief? Are you mad? It appears that my masterful deductions have proved beyond the grasp of your mind. Very well, allow me to elucidate. While there is not a soul in the realm who has not heard the tales of Miss Arabella's beauty, there are but 2 men here in Costa del Sol who had gazed upon her lovely visage before today. Her father, Gurimu, and her steward, Lewenhart. As you yourself admitted on multiple occasions, Master Venice, you were to have your first glimpse of your bride to be today. Considered in this light, would you not say your reaction upon seeing my face was most unnatural? Who else could see through my ingenious disguise? Who could know at a glance that I was not the fair maiden? None save you, ye of 1,000 faces. And anyone else with half their wits about them. How dare you make a mockery of my wedding day? Guards, arrest that pervert at once. Lock him up in jail and throw away the key. Arabella? Oh, thank the gods you're safe. Come with me quickly. There's a dangerous madman about. A glove on his right hand. Could it be? Well, he has gloves on both hands. The man is a fool, but it would have behooved you to listen to him. Alas, you did not. And what is yours is now mine. That's the thief! Stop wasting your time with that imbecile and arrest him! They're so clumsy and cute. He came all this way for me. He loved me. He really, really loved me. The attention is most flattering, but I have taken what I came for, and now I must away. My lords, my ladies, till we meet again. I hear that the real Venice was found bound and gagged in a storage room. Truly, Miss Arabella, I am sorry. For what, milady? The banquet was more exciting than I ever could have hoped for. Venice and his father were furious, of course, and our marriage had been called off. But perhaps it is for the best. I would find my own way to make father happy, by living my life as I would live it. It is you, Inspector Hildebrand, who taught me this lesson. For the love of the gods, somebody find him a change of clothes. But one thing still puzzles me. The thief's challenge said he would steal the Lapis Maiden's virtue, yet in the end he took only her necklace. Now that you mention it, Master Gugarumu told me about the clasp when it first arrived, engraved with the mark of the sun goddess. It is one of the most treasured pieces from the Bruguiere collection, known by many as Azima's virtue. The maiden's virtue indeed. When the next challenge comes, we must take extra care to read between the lines. Poor thing. Over here, Inspector. It says, Major Luck. The fiend plays us for fools. Give that to me at once. When next we meet, I shall come to claim the victor's spoils. Another riddle. If nothing else, it appears the thief has abandoned any foolish notions of my assassination. Still, we must ever be on guard. The fiend attempted murder once. He may very well do so again. Very well, verily, Inspector. I must agree, one can never be too wary when dealing with a murderer. Hear me, man of many faces. You sealed your fate when you called me out by name. Mark my words, when next we meet, you will be mine. Yes, it was the phantom thief who was to blame for that bomb. Truly, verily, indubitably, the phantom thief, most certainly. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha! She's just carrying around a little onion. Look at him. Look at this little guy. To the victor goes the priceless treasure, while the smile of a champion holds secrets untold. Are 8 legs better than 2? Can a Manderville man triumph over terrors and win the day? I want to get another picture so I can get that. The key to the next case is also the key to the storeroom. Be sure not to lose it. Wait, it's a real key and a figurative one? At the same time? Is that even possible? I guess we'll find out next time. I would love to continue right now, but I want to go grab something to eat for dinner. So I will continue this later. But thank you all for watching. And hopefully my stepfather will be done working on his car when I get back. Alright, farewell.